Hello. Let's get this started. The work on AI Martinus, which I have decided to put out on the stream. Today we will keep working on the stream on the AI, or I will, and I have moved the whole thing to my desktop so I can actually show how it all works for real, which is kind of cool. Just set it up an hour ago, so I still hope it still works. I've been out running, so I'm a little bit. Let's see how it goes. Yeah. So last time we did fix some of the references. They're not perfect yet, but maybe I'll look a bit more into that. It's more a data issue than it's all the mechanism seems to be working, so that's pretty cool. And then I would like to improve on the quality insurance. That's the other things I want to work on. Maybe I would put some more into the database so the AI can look up more stuff. And then I will probably start to take the first couple of steps into making proper wiki pages. That's one of the goals with all this. So that's the idea for today. I still haven't really broadcasted that I'm doing this yet. I think I should probably do it. I think we are pretty close to where it makes sense. So maybe next time. Anyway, what else should I say? As always, I will start by showing how to use things. That's kind of the basic stuff. So let's get that out of the way. So the idea is basically that you can use the chat. And for now, it's only when I'm live we can do this. And then that you can post questions and comments to the upcoming live streams or the former or the previous live streams. I'll pick them up. And I know there's a couple of them, so we'll put them in. But just to get started, it's really... I'll explain what it is. I do that every time here. And it's also... I have to teach this, so it's a cool thing, I think, for me to do that as well. So let's look into how you can actually use it and what kind of answer we get from the AI right now. And I will talk a bit about how it's actually working, because that makes us more, you can understand what we're trying to achieve here. So with all that being said, I think I will work quite a bit of time on this one today. I really want to get some things done, but I guess the first part of this is just warming up. So let's look into it. And what I have here is where you can actually see my desktop, and I hope it's not too small. We'll find out about that. But essentially what you do is that you go into the chat and you write AI, exclamation point AI, and then you can ask, what is a living being? It's one of my favorites for some reason. And then the system picks it up, and I will show on this stream today, actually, I can do that, what actually happens from this notification comes up, start to generate answer to what the living being is, or what is the living being. And then it should pick it up on my desktop computer, actually. And let's just see what happens here. Seems to be rolling. And usually I would have been looking that way. Today I'm looking the other way, which is nice. And I can see it's been running. And it also says that AI generated response, AI response generated to what is the living being. Cool. And so for now, the way I've done it so far is when I want to show it, it's basically going into a different mode here. So, and it's not perfectly optimal yet, but we're getting there. So the whole thing is generated on another computer, all the AI involved, and I will show all that. And then at some point it gets over here. And you can see there are 2 unprocessed. I have to figure a way so this is more automatic. I'm pushing some buttons right now to get this going, but right now there are 2 unprocessed things. That's the number 2. And today there hasn't been any processed thing. Anyway, so there are 2 inquiries that we can start to look into, and then I take the first one. And I think I wrote that just to check it. So here we have, right now I've asked the AI to answer in 300-400 words, and maybe that's a little bit too long for streaming, because it's gonna be a lot of reading to get through all of it. But here we go. So essentially we got the input right, and I'm not collecting who is asked or anything. I don't think that's really relevant. So I'm just saying what this is basically what was the, if it's a question or just could also be explain what Martinus world picture is. Doesn't have to be a question really. It's just a prompt like you would do to any AI. So here comes the response, and it says 2 because it used to be AI version 2. Now it's actually version 3. And here comes the answer, and the AI essentially answered, the Martinus world picture is a concept elaborated in his work, including symbols and the explanations, which were published in various books and the magazine Cosmos. So it has picked that up, and what I've done over the last couple of weeks is essentially to get the AI to write where it got the information from. So I've forced it literally to only answer based on what has been provided of Martinus' work. So that's what we have here. So this one it has taken from Eternal World Picture number 4, chapter 91. So I did a little bit of checking on that, and maybe I should put that one on today as well. QA answers. So basically stating what, just to check whether this is actually correct. It seemed to be like that. Anyway, seemed to be is not good enough. Anyway, the explanation of these symbols come from Martinus' series of articles in Cosmos. Boom, boom, boom. And it goes on. The symbol represents. Boom, boom, boom. And it goes on and goes on. It goes on and goes on. I asked the question, so I'm not going to go too much more into what the question is. But this is what you can get in this part of the setup. And I can go to the next one. Here we go. What is the living being? I can actually read that one. The living being at its core is an eternal, immortal something that is. Boom, boom. Eternal World Picture 1, 6.5. So we should, that's symbol number 6 in the Eternal World Picture. It is a triune principle composed of the I, the creative faculty, and that which is created. The I is the living being's essential core, existing before manifestation and creation. The I is the source of the energy that experiences the energy and not vice versa. Yeah. The living being also has a temporal and eternal manifestation, something that's timely, I usually call it in my video, and something that is eternal, that never changes. Temporal manifestation is directly accessible to sensory perception, while the eternal aspect is unchangeable. Cool. Reasonable answers. And it goes on. So that's basically what we're doing. I've talked quite a lot about this. There's a couple of questions in some of the videos. I did not manage to find them, so I have to do that. Let me put that on my list. User answers. Maybe I should put agenda in OBS as well. That would be nice. There are plenty of space somewhere. I'll find some space on the screen to put the agenda somewhere. Anyhow, so let me get the workflow started. How do I do that in a good way? I think I'll do this. That. And then I need the IP. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Just logging in another browser. Yeah, so sorry, I just need to do a little bit of getting everything so I can see the chat if anyone actually should be writing something. So I hope this is possible to see actually. So let me change one thing. So what you can, and this is gonna fail, but essentially when we call it from the chat on the stream, it will come in. So this is a workflow system basically. Let me start with that. So what we see here is some nodes, it's called, and they can do different things. Let me just clean it up a little bit. I think this is the essential here. Yeah. So what this one does is essentially there's a line of things that goes on. So in sequence of actions that I have asked essentially the computer to do. So what is happening is that, and now I'm actually typing in, explain the living being to me. So, and this could also, this is equivalent to the thing that happens in the YouTube chat. It just comes in this node instead of here. And now it's gonna fail because there are a few things I don't think I've changed. Yeah, this is the first one. And this is one of the things I want to fix today. There's so many things I want to fix. So here are some stuff going on. Just gonna change that to this one. Whoop. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there will be one more error. What? It's this one. It's the same type of thing. Yeah, I didn't manage to do that before the stream. Everything else was set up pretty quickly. So let's see if it actually works now. That would be nice. And then I will explain what is going on. And then I think I will find the questions. And then I will give it a shot. I should say it's still a test. Everything is in test mode. But really? I need to change that. That's a little bit too annoying. It's just because it comes, the question comes in 2 different areas. And it's a little bit annoying that I have to change it every time I go from the chat to the what is called a webhook. That's essentially what listen it's called from every time we write in the chat. Should put some music on. But I don't have it. I'm a little bit afraid of getting in trouble for copyright issues. So that won't happen. Let me just do... that one. Okay. So let's try it out, right? So here we got an answer. So let's clear it all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's all clear. So now I have the chat, right? And it has no memory, I should say. But anyway. Explain the living being to me. So what's going to happen is that this node this one is going to pick that up. It's going to do a little bit to it. Then it's going to get some sections based on what I wrote. Then it aggregates all the sections into one bit. It's not that important. It does a little bit more. Not even sure what it, can't remember what I did here. And then it goes into an AI. And essentially that's an AI engine that I have written a prompt to, and we can look at it in a minute. Well, I got an AI to write it. And that one is actually generating the answer. So that was the first one was even more basic, the first one version I made, but this was basically version 2. And then I heard some people talking about how they had created essentially a chatbot for the Icelandic government. And the thing about that is that had to be correct answers. So the way they had done it, it was essentially to have this agent that generated the thing again, and then had another. So this is the generate text agent, and this one is the evaluation AI agent evaluation. So that's essentially taking the output from this generator and evaluating it. And we can look into what that actually is. So what it also does is that it puts in where, and that's the AI agent's job. So it's a little bit AI language, large language models, which this is based on, are a little bit, there's some guesswork in there. And it's also So it's taking these sections of text and it's actually placing it in there, but it's doing it on its own. So that's one of the things I want to be completely sure is actually working. Anyway, so the last part over here is essentially taking these weird looking references and making them more correct by checking up against the database. So that's essentially what is going on, and let's see what it looks like. And it right now it should go fairly quickly. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Goes into the agent here. Generates, check all 30 items. Based on those 30 items, it generates a text, and it sends it to this evaluator. And that's actually what takes the longest time, because it has to look at, it gets the text, the original Martinus text, it gets the generated text here, and then it has to evaluate it. So it essentially takes the original text and check it up against what this agent has made. And then it gives a pretty long description of what it think about that. And yeah, then I replace the references and I send it back. So this is essentially what is coming here. So we got the answer, all this. That is from the agent, and then the conclusion. And I will show you more, because it actually makes a lot longer description or evaluation. But here we have the answer. And let me just quickly see if I can make it a bit shorter, because it's a little bit annoying. It's that long. So I'm just gonna ask it again. Should be a little bit longer or shorter. Maybe it goes a bit quicker. Who knows? It's not that shorter. It's just 2 paragraphs instead of 3. Anyway, so here's the answer. The living being is a complex concept, ultimately described as a triune principle consisting of the I, a creative faculty, and that which is created. It keeps saying that one. Anyway, so if we look a bit into how it actually works. I should say, the whole productivity thing is still running, so feel free to use that. If you just stops by, I can see there are a couple of people online, which is cool. Let's give it a shot and see what it writes. I think at some point I would like to get some more people in here who tries to break it, basically. But right now I'm still trying to do that myself. So let's wait a little bit with that. Anyway, so let's look into what is happening. So here we have the chat. So here comes my answer, basically, and it is sent to this one, which essentially just takes the input and makes it into a different name, a prompt. I'm not sure I need that, but it's there. So here we got the vector database. And I've explained it a couple of times what a vector database is, but let me find it anyway. What the hell? Why is it? Okay. I just needed to open something. I think it was called something else in the beginning. No. There we go. Now you will see a lot of text, but anyway. This is how I thought it was gonna work. It's not entirely how it's working right now. So a vector database is essentially a database where you can put, in this case, chunks of text, sections of text, and then what it does is it puts use some math. I don't know exactly how that works, but based on the text it gets, it can put it into a vector space. And a vector space, we know it from, I'll try to put it in here, right? So we have the coordinate system. This is a 3-dimensional vector space. So we have the X, the Y, and the Z. And this has 3 dimensions. The one I'm using right now has 700 and I think it's 68. So there will be 700 something X, Y, and Z's. So one point in that space, you can say, will have 700 something numbers to provide it where it is actually located in that space. But this one has 3. So imagine that we have images, for instance, and we have some oranges, we have some bananas, and we have some apples. So what the numbers can actually do is to provide, it can actually show similarities, or it can find similarities. So the apples will go in this area, the oranges in this area, and the bananas in this area. So generally, what the idea here is that we take the text, we do this math thing on them, and they get a number like this. So imagine all the things about the living being is here, all about whatever, future society, religion, society, they have their different areas. And when I come here, or you do, and put in a question, I can see some people online. Feel free to use the AI if you want. So you just type exclamation point AI and then whatever you feel like asking it. Maybe I should, can I do that? You simply just do this, AI, whatever question. We can ask it that, even with spelling mistakes. Feel free to ask questions to the AI by typing AI. I can't remember, it has to be capitalized. Your question. And we will get an answer. And we can do this. Cool. Yeah, so feel free to do that. Anyway, so a long story short, vector database. So we do the same with the sections that we have in Martinus literature. And you can do it with whatever, basically. And the idea here is to, because, well, the AIs has started to be so big that you might actually, Martinus' work is around 10,000 pages, maybe 2,000-3,000 in translated into English. Martinus is Danish. So we have, sorry, I'm getting distracted a little bit. So it's either they cannot take the whole thing, or it's quite expensive, or both. Both, they cannot do it and it's expensive. So what you want to do is try to find the relevant data you want the AI to react on. And what I'm doing here, as I showed, is to force it to actually react only on that. And state, and we'll see that in a minute in the prompt, that I'm telling it, if it's not in the text provided, you should answer, I don't know the answer to the question. That's the idea here. So here, so we have to find, the reason why we're doing all this is to find the actual relevant text as good as possible. So there are different ways to do this embedding here, as it's called, finding these different ways of putting stuff into a vector database. And I've picked some of them, and it is what it is right now. It seems to be okay. Anyway, so that's the vector database. We put in what is the living being, or explain what the living being is. It does the same math, and it finds what it thinks it's close to that, and it brings out sections. So let's see what it actually brought out. Let me find that. Yes. So now we are back to the thing before, and here we have our quadrant vector store. That's essentially where things get retrieved. So I have another workflow where I actually set up this vector database, and I don't think it's for today. Anyway, so here we can see it goes in, it finds here Martinus with references, and it takes the prompt and it puts it asks the database, and I have to ask it to take 30 sections. And this could also be, it probably should be something like 50 or something. That's one of the things we have to play around with until we find a decent answer. Obviously, the more text, the higher the number. And if we go into this one, we see this one. There are maybe more fields. I don't know why it says that. Anyway, if we do a test step, you get all, you can see here all the sections, just one by one, right? So let's take one here. Page content, this is number 6 out of 30 or 50. So here we got all the text in that section. It tells it's from the Book of Life. And then there's this secret ID for what section it is, and I have a database. Maybe I can show it to you later. I don't think I got that tool installed yet on this computer, but essentially this one relates to a database, so I know exactly what. I can actually see it on my other computer. So SEC, that's abbreviation for section. 809 is the same. That will be the Book of Life. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to say that this is section 754 in the Book of Life. That's one of the things we have to check. But I'm pretty sure that's what did I say? 809, 756. Anyway, so there are some so this actually tells, and this is based on the database. So that one and that one, that's deterministic, so we're sure about that. What we're less sure about is the next step. But anyway, so here's a lot of data about Martinus basically. And it's, instead of having the whole thing, we only have like, how many do I have? Yeah, so right now there are 3,000 sections. So it essentially takes 1% of the work of Martinus. But as you saw, it's it essentially gets a score number. So that's the, you see, 0.65. That might be one of the things where we have to say, okay, if it's less than something, look a bit further. Or maybe just give the user a message that the numbers are basically too low. But for now, I don't do it. Let's see what the last is. You see, it's not like there's a huge difference. And here we got 50 actually. But it's also a question where there are like a lot of material about that answer. So in this case, we should probably ask for a lot more material, because the living being is, that would probably require like 200 or 300 sections to get everything about that. If not, maybe even 400 or 500. So that takes up a lot of space in Martinus' work. So it has also to do with that. And I don't know how to fix that right now, but one thing at a time. So anyway, so this node, that's what it's called. It basically takes the whole thing into and put it together into one piece. Can't remember what this one does. Yeah, it does some, I think it puts it into a JSON document. Doesn't matter, it's technical. Or maybe it filters it. I should put some notes in so I can remember it myself. I did it a week ago. Actually, precisely a week ago. Anyway, so we take all this text. We got these 50 sections right now. And we ask here, there's an agent. It gets all the data. And we set up here a prompt. And that's essentially what you're asking your ChatGPT to do as well. In this case, we have just predefined and told it what to do, basically. So here we say you are an AI assistant specialized in answering questions about Martinus' world picture based only on provided text excerpts. Not going to go through the whole thing, but essentially we tells it to answer the questions. And it's really important, just only use that's the primary thing, right? Don't go ahead and make assumptions about what it is. And then we provided it's the original question. And in this case, it's why do people stop praying? I don't know why that's the thing. That's for the next video I've made. Nice and easy. I should actually, well, I think I didn't change the whole thing. Let me get out of all this. And that's the workflow for doing the vector database. Anyway. I know what's going on here. Didn't I change that? I know what is going. One second. Huh. I went to the wrong screen. I don't like that when I do that. But I can do that. Anyway. Sorry. I'm still trying to figure out how to set up all this streaming stuff at the same time. Let me just do this. I'm just gonna quickly change the video to the new video I just got out. Yeah. There we go. Commands. Change it. Update. So let's see if it works. Command again, video. We should get an answer. Maybe, maybe not. There we go. And we got the right one. Perfect. So if you want the latest video, just type that one in. And there's also a command called socials. There we go. Which should bring out all the different social media stuff this channel is on. That's the first class. One down, one to go. Anyway, back to this one. So we got to the AI agent. We looked at the prompt, and it basically takes my what was my question, and it gives it all the documents, and it tells it to make the references, only use the text, and that was what I was changing earlier. Only put in, make an answer 200-300 words, and you can essentially ask it to do whatever. You can ask it to do blogs or whatever, lecture, whatever you want. And it's an AI, so it's only doing its best, right? Anyway, so it takes that one. I believe this one cuts it into references and the whole text. It's not really important. And then this one comes. So that's another agent. And what that has been asked to do is essentially you're a meticulous AI fact checker and quality assurance analyst. Did my chat just drop or what? Okay, my chat is back. Anyway, so well, nice to see some people here. Just drop a line in the chat. That would be really cool. Anyway, what I'm doing here is trying to explain how the AI works, and you can just feel free to put in something in the chat if you want. Anyway, so yeah, so we have the AI that generates and this is the whole idea about this setup. So we have the AI that generates the text, and now we have an AI that evaluates that text. So the whole idea is that one AI can do what is called the best uncensored AI for content creation. Isn't that the Twitter one? I'm not an expert on that one. I You can also use some local ones. You can use Olama. Don't know if they are censored actually, but that's completely on your own machine. Yeah, Grok, exactly. What would be your idea? I think they all have something except for that one. Maybe you can find some open source ones, but I don't think that many people want to put their name on some AI that can do just some really horrible things, basically. Well, it depends on how you view it, right? But you can, I mean, you're welcome. Thank you. Thanks for asking. Sorry I couldn't give a better answer, but yeah, I would look into some of the open source ones. Run Olama locally. Try to find some of them. They might not be as strong, but then you at least avoid the censorship if that's what you want. Cool. Thanks. Anyway, back to this. So we essentially have two AIs going on here. One that creates it and one that checks it. And the one that checks it does it based on the text as well. So imagine that we have the vector database with all the sections that we retrieved in the beginning of this workflow. Now we have the text here. And what this second AI agent is doing is basically to take the original data, the text that the first agent has created, and compare it, and essentially checking if this is okay. So this is what is going on here. And again, there is a pretty long prompt on how to do it, and I basically just asked one of the AIs to please make this one for me, just to get started. Some people say you should start out really simple, and maybe I get back to a more simple setup, but it's not that long actually, but there's still quite a lot. How long it takes to create a personal AI chatbot? Depends on what you mean. If you use my setup here, here it's just a Google model, but I could pick whatever basically. And I use something called N8N. You have to install this, and then you have to learn how to use this. I would say you're up and running, and if you use something like, I use Gemini 2.5 right now to just help me with everything, and I think it's pretty good, and you can get it for free. I would say 2 days, and that's not being fast. Then you can get something, and it will just guide you through it. You will still learn something. You will get something up and running, and you can start chatting. And if you know Docker and all those kind of things, it's more like 2 hours. It's really, really quick. I spoke with some people who did a huge system for a local part of government, basically. And they were professionals, but there was a whole system with documents that it was looking up for, and it was tested, quality assurance and everything, and it took them involving users and everything, right? Like 4 weeks, something like that. So it can be pretty quick, but you get this hallucination thing that you have to deal with. So the answers might not be great. But that's something you have to figure out how to deal with. And this is an attempt to do that with the two agents. But just getting the first agent up and running and then take it from there. I started out with having an agent that just went for some news and could provide me all the latest AI news. And I found a YouTube video somewhere and just put it in there, and it took like when you have the environment up and running, it takes an hour or something like that. Most of the time is get the integrations up and running, how to integrate with Google and SQLite and the Quadrant vector database and those kind of things. If you're using that, getting all the integrations lined up and then see if it works. So, and sometimes, I mean, I think last time I spent, for some reason, 2 hours trying to replace some references in the text. I was just stupid that it took so long time. But that was, yeah. And other times it's just, I mean, I moved all this from one computer to another. So I've basically set all this up on this computer I'm running right now, I'm using for streaming. And I installed Docker. I set up this system called N8N. I was doing the Quadrant database and the SQLite database. And I think totally, I mean, I had the workflow already, but I had to move it. Yeah, it took me 2 hours. And it was only because I did it a slightly different way. And there were a few things that caused me some issues in the beginning. But here it's, yeah, it is, so it's fairly easy, I would say, compared to, I used to do programming. You could get up and running with the programming pretty quickly, but doing the programming and before you got something to actually show something, that took a while. I mean, you could always say hello world, right? That was the first one. You could get that up and running maybe pretty quickly, but before it could actually do something valuable, it usually took a while. And it goes pretty quickly with this, with AI. That it's pretty impressive in that way. Anyway, yeah. So don't know if my it's still getting a little bit used to YouTube. I don't like this. Might have issues sending data right now. Can you follow? Can you my stream? Let me check one thing. It dropped a frame. I don't know if the stream is good or not. It says it's not great. Okay, now I completely lost track of where we were. We're talking about we talked about the vector database, we talked about the first generator agent, we talked about the evaluation agent. Let's see what it actually evaluates, because that's it's pretty crazy in some ways. It took a little bit longer, right, than generating the text. So here we got the whole report, and it's not that easy to read. And I haven't read it all before, but let's just look into it a little bit. It's a hard read. Let's start by just acknowledging that. Let me quickly do this. Come on. Copy selection. I don't know what I copied. We. Don't know how much this actually helped. Let me see if I can do it like this. Oh, it didn't make it perfect, but at least it's more readable. Let's do like that. So here is essentially the evaluation report. So it has taken, again, the original text, and it joins it, so to speak, with okay, my stream is good again. Thank you. I like that. So here's the report basically, and we are. So here we get an overall assessment, and maybe that's the one I should pick actually. So it says the generated answer contains some accurate information and is largely supported by the provided source document. However, there are a few incorrect citations. So we actually have a problem here. Well, kind of to some extent, right? And I think what I have experienced so far is that the AI is really good at giving those kind of answer that I like to give myself, actually. Those kind of, you're not really saying a lot, right? So to say that the answer contains some accurate information and is largely supported by the provided source documents, and there are some few incorrects. If you only look at that, you haven't said anything. Well, you have said there's something right, and you have said there's something wrong. But you haven't really. That's pretty much it, right? So let's go through it. So the living being is a complex concept, also claim here, right? The living being is so that's from the text, I think. The living being is a complex concept, ultimately described as a triune principle consisting of the AI, blah, blah, blah. We already went through this, right? Citation used. General world picture, that one. So it has found the citation, which is good. And here we have the assessment. So how we're doing, accurate and supported, details. The cited source supports this claim. So here's a new one. I could actually provide us the information, right? We just have to ask for that. Then it's fine. Claim. The I is the most essential core of the living being, the author and creator of the manifestation. Citation used. So it finds that one. So it can actually figure out what citation it's using, which is pretty cool. Verification source. The same thing. Assessment, accurate and supported. Accurate and supported. Accurate and supported. Do we have something that's not accurate and supported? Boom, boom, boom. Accurate and supported. Here is something. No. Accurate and supported. Here's another claim. Let's just check that one. And it goes to the next claim. There's one here. There's no one there. Without the eye, the faculty to create, and the experience of life, the living being cannot exist. Boom, boom, boom. Accurate and supported. Decided source supports the claim. Is there anything that's not? That could be kind of cool. Oh, it's nice that everything is fine, but decided source supports this claim. Accurate and supported. Accurate and supported. The cited source supports the claim. Okay. Reference list. I have to just generate that basically based on what's in there, because that could be deterministic. Anyway, all the inline citations are present in the reference list. The reference list contains no unused references. That's what you want, right? Conclusion. The response accurately answers the user query. The citations are correct and support the information presented. And that's cool, right? Everything was right, according to the LLM. So what happened here is basically it took, just go back to that one again. So here all the input, and there's the input from the AI agent that generated the text. There are all the aggregated text, the original text, and then it outputs this one. So that's that. That's essentially what it does. And I have it drawn here. Kind of like that. Yeah. I don't know if it's possible to see. I think I can cut this a little bit. So here we have it as a drawing, right? So we have the actor or whoever it is. It could be another system. It could be the chat. It could be whatever. Doesn't really matter. It could be everything. Let me just give myself a little more sound. So here comes what is the living being that I just asked. It goes into the vector database. We hit the generative AI agent. The text section from the vector database and the generative AI agent goes into the evaluator. And it brings the whatever comes out of that to the user. There's no sorry. Again, I'm getting a little bit distracted sometimes. And I know why. I need to be really good at running these chats or the streams. That's why I'm doing it. It's going better. Small improvements every time. It's pretty nice. And okay, 1 hour, I can relax a little for 2 minutes. So I should do an agenda on OBS. I can do that. Just a real rough one. I've shown you how it actually works. That took like an hour. It's fine. Fix references, yeah, NTB. Some of the, I just have to make sure they're correct. All the references, I don't think they are. Yeah, then the next section of the stream will be on how to do a loop, right? Because what we want to see is basically that if the evaluation I just showed you is completely off, it essentially has said, this is not great, this is not good, don't use this one. or there are too many errors. It's the quotes. It's just misrepresented. If the AI can say that, then we should do something. And even if it doesn't, maybe it should come up with how can it be improved. So we essentially take another round on all this, and we try to improve it. Basically, we can get more information, we can rewrite it, we can evaluate it again and see if the second text is better than the first one, then we take the second one, and if the first one is better, then we take that one. So that's one way to approach it. And then I might work with getting some of Martinus articles into database. That's probably an off-stream thing. What else did I have? Yeah, the wiki. That's sort of the ultimate goal. So let me give some more to drink, and then we'll look into, I'll show you the wiki, what that is. You know what Wikipedia is, so it's probably not a big thing. But I'll do that. And then I will start working, trying to figure out how to take this to the next step, which is this part that I did last time. And see if I can actually get something up and running on that. So I'll actually start doing something, which is nice. And now, for some reason, there we go. Yeah, I'm online. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Good. Let me get something to drink. I'll be right back. Alrighty, there were also some questions actually to some of the videos. Let me see if I can find those. It's a wall picture. Videos. Can't remember which one it was. It's not that one. Probably this one. Got a subscriber. Thank you. Whoever that was. Really appreciate it. It's all free, so you know what? Let's make our what is it called? Nightbot. Please subscribe. That'll be nice. Not that one either. Oh, it was for one of the live streams. Yeah, it was the last live stream probably. Let's check that one out. Leave questions here. No questions. So it was not the last one. Damn it. somehow not have all that showing. Yeah. Good. That was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do like this. This is annoying. Okay. Here we are. So there are some questions here. Who is Martinus? So what I'm gonna do right now, just like this. I'm taking the chat. There we go. Here's the chat. And what I'm doing now is something that everyone can do while the chat is up and running. So I'm just saying AI chat, who is Martinus? So now that's gonna run on another computer, and I can, it just tells me it has started. AI, what is our future? That's an interesting question. One more. AI, why are we here? One more. That's probably more questions. So no, I don't want that. Let's do that. And then jump to the AI. This is where I haven't figured out exactly how to do this. But anyway, so now we got 3 unprocessed. Let's see what it answers. So now essentially just taking the questions, right? Whatever question. Did I really put something like that in there? It's probably a previous one where I showed it, right? But the interesting part here, the cool part here is essentially it says, based on the provided documents, there is insufficient information. That's what we want it to do. What I haven't told it to do yet is that if it has no information, it should only write that. Because now it goes on and just do a lot of jabbering that has nothing to do with what has been requested. Anyway, that's a minor thing. Let's take the next one. Who is Martinus? Interesting question. Let me, I need a little bit of work to actually answer that one. Or to get the actual text. All files. It's probably a little bit too much, right, to put into a... Well, maybe I can answer that into to the questions actually on a chat. I don't know. Let me try that. I'll do it a little bit off the stream, I think it's called, because a lot of things will show, but let me find it. YouTube Studio. Content. Live. And it wasn't the last one, it was the one before that. Then I just need that one. Here are the questions. Okay. So who is Martinus? Let's see if I can answer that. Martinus. AI answer. That's a long one. But it's great. It's nice. We like that. We like that. So now I have answered in the video. And I'm distracting myself again, which is nice. Do it like that. I think I'll try to get more and more on stream, and if I'm not on stream, then get something going. Not sure what it would be, but why not? Goodie. Okay, let's go through the question. Martinus prepared. Let's do the TGS. This is my way of getting a minute's break. The talk is pretty horrible, and I cannot stop it or anything, but it's there.
Input: who is Martinus? Response: to ## answer. Martinus prepared symbols and explanations for publication, Eternal World Picture 4, Chapter 2. He also previously published symbols and explanations in other books and the magazine Cosmos, Eternal World Picture 4, Chapter 91. Martinus felt it was his duty to make his knowledge accessible to the general public, Livetzbog 1, 7. He aimed to demonstrate cosmic realities through expressions like Livetzbog and eternal wisdom, Livetzbog 1, 7. Martinus often used the phrase, "everything is very good," which refers to a verse from the Bible, Livetzbog 1, 7. Martinus's cosmic manifestation constitutes a living proof of eternal evolution, Livetzbog 1, 22. He experienced this cosmic state independently of books or theoretical guidance, Livetzbog 1, 22. His experiences became the basis for his subsequent activities, including the creation of Livetzbog, Livetzbog 1, 22. This spiritual process will be experienced by every human being at a certain stage of development, Livetzbog 1, 22. Martinus considered himself an unread person before the awakening of his cosmic faculties, Livetzbog 1, 22. He had not been in contact with theosophy, anthroposophy, spiritualism, or other schools of thought until after experiencing the world picture, Livetzbog 1, 22. The analyses in Livetzbog are designed to contain the highest analyses of life, and contain the analyses of the remaining predominant problems and laws of existence, Eternal World Picture 4, Chapter 116. The analyses in Livetzbog fundamentally constitute a triune principle, which is defined as three indivisible realities or principles, Eternal World Picture 4, Chapter 116. In the symbol, the analysis of these three X's is expressed by three figures that stretch from a triangle in the first section to a triangle in the last section, Eternal World Picture 4, Chapter 116. The analyses go further and indicate the purpose of the creation of Livetzbog, Eternal World Picture 4, Chapter 116. Overall assessment, minor citation errors detected.
Alrighty. One thing. I need to not have the TTS reading the references. That's freaking annoying. I'm running out of paper. Give me this one there. Gotta put that one down. TTS. Don't. Don't speak. Reference. Or with between parentheses. Maybe I can fix that today. It shouldn't be that difficult. Anyway, so doesn't say a lot about Martinus. It says something about yeah, there's a little bit in the preface to this book, but that's pretty much what it picked up here. I think it got pretty much. I mean, he says a lot about himself, but that's really implicit. I'm not even sure all humans picks that up. But that's just how it is. Good. So I've put that in the comments, and let's check the next one. That's a longer one. I don't know why it's right. I haven't changed the length of it on the laptop. Anyway, it's some long answers. Let me just double check. Let me do that. We don't want that long answers. To 200 words. Should be a 300 words somewhere. It shouldn't be in two places, but it is right now. $150 and between 100 and 200 words. Let's do that. $150 to 200 words. And the next thing I do, I'll turn it back, because then the answers are not really that worth that much if you only get 100 words. Anyway, so here we have the next one. Let me just do the quote to for the video. So put a comment in. There we go. And this is for what is our future. Oh, that's interesting. What is our future? The answer to what is our future? Question mark. Answer. Yeah, I can put it all in, and that's pretty cool. Huh. Oh, if I could upload them afterwards somehow, that would be pretty nice. I don't think I could put it in the chat. That went pretty wrong. What happened here? Oh, I got it all running. Give me the chat. Give me the chat. Where is the chat? Here we go. Yeah, I cannot put it in chat. That's the problem. How much can I put in chat? Not a lot. like not a lot. Like seriously not a lot. Yeah, that's just how it is. Anyway, let's hear this one. Should I fix the... Let's just...
Input, what is our future? Response, to hashtag answer. The future holds a promise of perfection for humanity, where there will be no war or suffering, meditation, the immortality of the living being. However, for those living now, this future perfection may seem distant, as organisms die, but are only created phenomena, meditation, the immortality of the living being. Our
I have
present
to change
existence
that.
is only a part of our eternal.
That's too annoying. Let me find out how I do that. So what is that? I can those saying those references just is annoying. So now I'll do a little bit off screen. Where is my TTS? TTS there. List voices, I don't need that. So let me fire up an AI. And this is not something you will see, too bad. I got 200 windows right now, not that one. It's just a mess. Give me that one. And that one has to go there. Okay. Let's do some live coding. So got a script that uses TTS, Python script that uses TTS to speaker file. I need the script to skip everything within parentheses, e.g. reference 2002. I would propose that you take the file and get rid of all the parentheses and what's inside them before you send to the TTS engine. Make sense? And then I just need the skip that one. That was me, don't worry. It's the previous one. Here is the script Just want to see how quick I can do this on screen. Come on. So I have given it all it needs, and now I just need to see what's gonna happen next. Time to clean up. Let me get the chat up here. Wow. It should not be that hard, but you never know. Blah, blah, blah. It does a lot of things. Do I need to do something? Nope. Brilliant. Hard-coded too. Huh? I don't know. I have to run it. So now you're gonna hear some TTS, and hopefully you're gonna hear some TTS. There we go. What? Let's run it, see what happens.
Input, what is our future? Response, to hashtag answer. The future holds a promise of perfection for humanity, where there will be no war or suffering, meditation, the immortality of the living being. However, for those living now, this future perfection may seem distant, as organisms die, but are only created phenomena, meditation, the immortality of the living being. Our present existence is only a part of our eternal life.
Yeah, it's still there. Did I? I didn't. Fair enough. I did not save it. Classic.
Input, what is our future? Response, hashtag answer. The future holds a promise of perfection for humanity, where there will be no war or suffering. However, for those living now, this future perfection may seem distant, as organisms die, but are only created phenomena. Our present existence is only a part of our eternal life, and we have used many organisms in our past.
Are we happy?
The future human being will look back with astonishment at the current human's customs, such as inhaling toxic tobacco smoke and consuming alcohol and drugs. The future human will also read with horror about modern humans' strange customs. In the future, human beings will have a totally perfect world culture. The future will be a time of the fully developed mankind. The human beings of the future will judge the human being of today, not as an expression of real culture but as unfinished and barbaric behavior. The earth is transforming, and human mentality must.
It's so much easier to listen to. So we got that fixed. Big X to that one. So let's listen again. So
input, what is our future? Response, hashtag answer. The future holds a promise of perfection for humanity, where there will be no war or suffering. However, for those living now, this future perfection may seem distant, as organisms die, but are only created phenomena. Our present existence is only a part of our eternal life, and we have used many organisms in our past. The future human being will look back with astonishment at the current human's customs, such as inhaling toxic tobacco smoke and consuming alcohol and drugs. The future human will also read with horror about modern humans' strange customs. In the future, human beings will have a totally perfect world culture. The future will be a time of the fully developed mankind. The human beings of the future will judge the human being of today, not as an expression of real culture but as unfinished and barbaric behavior. The earth is transforming, and human mentality must develop to match this perfect stage of the planet. The future includes a coming happiness for all. The human being of the future will shudder when looking back at the ordinary human being of today. This future will be in the kingdom of the future, where the only vulnerable spot, the heart, or core of life, will be the focus. People in the future will be reading about the barbaric cultural epoch. The future also involves a switch to vegetarian nutrition. In the future, instead of slaughterhouses, there will be huge concerns for plant improvement. The future will be a world state where internationalism is key. This state will be governed by cosmically conscious beings.
I like it.
In this state, everyone will work at their hobby. Conclusion: the generated answer accurately reflects the source documents, but there are a couple of instances of incorrect citations.
That's annoying that it states that every time. So right now, what I'm working on is what is annoying, apparently. Which is annoying in itself. Anyway, good stuff. Got that fixed. Drop that one. Did I get it all in there? Kill that one. Oh my god, I think I have like, it's not that bad actually. Just cannot find anything. Let's do this. Close. Close. I'm just closing windows. I got like a little bit too many open right now. That's okay. Where did my... I closed it all. Bugger. Oh, bummer. Let me have another one. We'll get there. So... yeah. So that looked pretty. I'm quite happy with it actually. It's not perfect, but it's pretty solid. Okay, so that was the what is our future. I think it just has a little bit more on it, but this is gist of it. There's not a lot of explanations here, but it's okay. So why are we here? Why are we here? I think I need to stand up in a minute. Anyway, why are we here? Pretty existential question. We are here because we are an I living. Let's.
Input: why are we here? Response: ## answer. We are here because we are an I, a living being that experiences and senses the physical world through an organism that is a tool for this experience. This I or self is not created and has an eternal existence, existing before and after the physical organism. Our purpose is to experience, and the organism fulfills a wish that is the source of this experience, aiding in experiencing life. The I uses our eyes, ears, and other senses to experience the physical plane.
I don't understand that. Our purpose is to experience, and the organism fulfills a wish that is the soul. Our purpose is to experience, and the organism fulfill a wish that is the source of the. Okay, yeah. So the organism is the source for this experience, aiding in experiencing life. Okay, it was more simple than it sounded to me in the first place. The eye uses our eyes, ears, and other senses to experience the physical plane. Yeah. Every living being state today is precisely as it should be, enabling development towards the ultimate divine purpose. That's a really hard nut to crack in Martinus' world picture to understand that that's actually the case. Gotta admit, there are days where I'm struggling as well. Anyhow, the reason why we're here is due to an arrangement in the divine world plan. Yeah. This state allows for the development of each individual, leading towards the fulfillment of a preordained goal. Blaming a living being for their state manifests that the person knows nothing of actual life. What? Blaming a living being for their state manifests that the person knows nothing of actual life. Okay, so if we blame someone for being what they are, it just shows that we are the stupid ones. Which is what it is, right? Too bad. Damn it. Anyhow, if you're around, put something in the chat, right? I need someone to talk to. Anyway, that's depressing. If you blame someone, you are to blame. You're essentially just putting out there who you really are. So, but if you do it, it is what it is, right? Just have to work with it if you're interested in that, and if you're not, then don't. Anyway, the purpose of our existence involves growth and experience. We are drawn towards what we haven't experienced. That could be an interesting one to look up. Not gonna do it, I think, but that's a real. The purpose of our existence involves growth and experience. We are drawn towards what we haven't experienced. We are drawn towards what we are not experienced. Really? I need to look that one up. Is that really how it is? So 903. Do-do-do. It's the same. Okay. 903. It should be this one. Oh, shoot. Come on. Use the wrong keyboard again. Do that all the time. Boom, 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 boom. There. No. There. So I'm copying it into chat. There we go. The one die. Nope. So it should be in the chat now. Something opens up. Like this. Almost there. Perfect. Oh my god, it's a long one. It's a long one. What was it? I was interesting. Something with experience. Can I find that? That didn't help. It states it's right here actually. It is a fact that we are inevitably, I cannot pronounce that, drawn towards everything we have not experienced and do not possess within us as experience we have grown out of. It is a fact, but how can it, I'm just here. Why do longing and aversion exist at all? If the being's present physical life were the absolute only one it has ever experienced, could never ever have had anything to do with the lower steps. Martinus is essentially saying we are going through some steps. And here he's arguing that if we haven't experienced earlier lives and earlier steps where we are less evolved, but how can we be born with an aversion to something that's us, has not experienced? It is a fact that we are inevitably drawn towards everything we have not experienced, do not possess within us as an experience we have grown out of. Did not humans beings strive towards the poles until they discovered them and reached them? Do not explorers strive every day to explore the vast unknown territories of the Earth's surface, its oceans, its mountaintops, and the inner depths? Do not thousands of researchers sit in laboratories behind microscopes, tirelessly gazing into the microcosmos in order to satisfy their thirst for knowledge in fields that are unknown to them? And we can look into the stars, and we can look into many things. Okie dokie. The purpose of our existence involves growth and experience. We are drawn towards what we haven't experienced. That was pretty much what he said, right? So yeah, I was right and I was wrong, kind of. We are also repulsed by steps that are more primitive than our current standard. That's what we just read. These two principles provide proof that we are subject to a process of growth. Maybe. If you say so. I can buy that. Anyway, our hunger and satiation holds us on a particular step in the scale of growth. The goal is to improve social condition. Yeah, the innermost core of life goes in the direction of humaneness, unselfishness, on neighborly love. Take a look at the recent video I've sent out. I do like that. I can't say concerns are set up based on the satisfaction of people's unnatural cravings. purpose of all natural phenomena is to improve social conditions. Conclusion, the generated answer is largely accurate. I hate that largely, right? We want it to be accurate in its summary of the source documents. All claims were supported by the cited sources. Cool. Nice. Nice. Just updated the sub, so now we got 309. Cool. So it seems to be working. And let me just take this one and add it to the video so it is there. So it's actually pretty convincing. That's the crazy thing here. Answer to why we are here. Answer. Cool. So that just got a lot of I will thought got some comments. Anyway, so that was the answers to the video. User questions, viewer questions, maybe even. That was that one. Then I can do the let me put in the agenda here. Add text. Stream agenda. Yes. Text. What is the agenda? It's the agenda. Can you actually see this? Feedback loop. Okay, I need to do something. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. Thank you. Feedback loop. Walk through. Wiki idea. Got the feedback loop. Please subscribe. Nightbot. Please subscribe. Is it not? What else? Yeah, first step wiki. That should be damn it. Wait. Subscribe. Okay. I think we got all the spelling issues. Let's do the wiki walkthrough because that's the easiest one. I was out running earlier today and I can feel it in my body. Okay, so let me find the wiki. Martinus. Like that. I think it's in one word. Yes. I have not logged in. Brilliant. There we go. So here we got a wiki, and it's in Danish. So let's see if we can find the English one. But this is essentially a wiki about Martinus that I've worked on, and I haven't done a lot of work recently because it's a lot of work to make a wiki. Has almost 9,000 pages, so that's quite a lot, and it's almost to the day a year ago since I started a English wiki page, and there's even less in that one, so don't worry too much. But the idea here is simply to take the different terms that Martinus is using and make an article about it. So I will show a Danish one because I don't think I've put any one in. I can't remember really what I put into the Danish one, to the English one. Sorry. So here are different ones: society, different things. So let's do the mystery of life. Everything will be in Danish. Doesn't matter. The idea is here, right? So basically what we have here is the term. Let me just see what we have in English actually. So here's a news, and okay, it's on a subdomain. So here is the main page, which is great. I feel like writing what is Martinus Wiki, and it will say I don't know, but it really should know. Anyway, so here is the Martinus Wiki, and I should probably change the logo. Anyhow, anyway, doesn't matter. Right now, there's not a lot in there. But I like this one. Anyway, so the idea is basically to there's really nothing in here. Let's take the Danish one. Take all the terms that Martinus has written about, and write an article about it. Just like Wikipedia has sort of for every term, right? That's the idea. So let me, can I find that? Can I find the stats in here in a meaningful way? So we got 10,000 pages. I think, can I remember how I find out how many how many how many terms we have. Do that. Nope. Then we need to find the categories. Where are they? Here maybe? Yeah. Index. Okay, so we got like what do we have here? 3,000 pages, something like that, with different terms. And it just goes on. Boom, boom. There's like a lot of them. And the idea is essentially to write something. So you can actually search Martinus TK. We can find it. So here is Martinus work. And it's actually there for free. So you can search. So let's say the mystery of life. So here you have 379 sentences where that contains these. So I think the way he is doing it is essentially, you can see, he just checks if are these 4 words actually in the sentence. So it's at least not the hard way, the mystery of life, and nothing else. A one-to-one match, it's a little bit smarter than that. But that's essentially what it is. But the main point here being that if you want to use this, you get 350, right? Which is sometimes very usable because you can go through all of it and check out what's actually in there. But the thing is, you still only get what actually matches this. There might be other words for it. This one might not be so bad, but if you take X1, which is our I, and search, you will only, quote unquote, get X1. So you won't get all the stuff that's about the I. Well, you will get some of it where it's overlapping, but you won't get it all. So that's one thing. But the main thing is, and I don't understand why there's only 139. But that's what it is. Anyway, so you just get a ton of results, basically. So if you're in a situation where you just want to know the mystery of life pretty quickly, so here's the idea with the wiki. I'll come back to why it's interesting for an AI perspective. And let me just say, it's about how do we actually get all these articles written. So here is the mystery of life. It's in Danish, but it's a brief description. This one is not the greatest in the world, but it's here. It's just what it's all about. So the mystery of life is quite central in Martinus' work, so you might know it, but there might be other aspects where it's a little bit more like, how was it? And it's been like a long time since I looked at it last time. And you really want to just, what is he talking about when he usually writes this stuff? So that should give you that indication. And it actually says here, Martinus writes, describes the mystery of life in 12, not bullet points, but facts. I think he uses the English word. And Martinus shows that the universe, everything there is a living, all-loving living being that we know under the term God, and that everything is very good. So that's actually the gist of it. And then there's a little bit more than I wrote because I don't know. Anyway, then there's something about what the life the mystery of life is, how you, not the solution itself, but sort of a meta thing that you cannot find it in the material stuff, something like that, whatever. And here are different aspects basically of the mystery of life. And then there are the 12 facts, and there's a lot of references here. So if you need it for a lecture or a study group or just want to know more about it, you can go in here and you can, here are the 12 facts. This is all in Danish, right? And then you can actually, let's say I want to know about, this is, let me take something I can actually translate, the living being's existence. Okay, so that sounds a little bit, what was that actually about? So here I can take, this is the Book of Life, number 2. I can push here, and then I get directly to the reference on the Martinus Institute homepage. So that's pretty neat, and pretty quickly to find things, right? And I can, so that's part of it, right? To get all that. There's some more stuff, and I don't know how good it is actually. It was just, it's a proof of concept in some ways. Then there's a menu, so I can jump around between the different facts in this case, and it could be other things. Anyway, and then we have an index where I can actually see that he writes about the mystery of life in the Eternal World Picture number 4. It seems like something is missing here, because I would expect that there were much more of it actually. Just look at all the references here. Anyway, so that's the idea with the wiki, that you can, firstly I would probably just go for having the brief descriptions here, preferably some references, and then you can take it from there, right? Then you can start having more aspects described, and with a lot of references. It's like, I think in some ways it's kind of nice that we're working with the AI, because you have to be able to check that as well. So everything has to be checkable, testable. You have to be able to say, okay, Martinus writes that blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is actually from this one. This is from section 679 in the Book of Life. Okay, so is that actually right? And then I can, this is in Danish, right? Then I can write all this stuff and say, okay, is this one actually the one I was looking for? Is that actually correct? I can go up here, right? Is that sentence actually supported by that reference? So that's why we have a ton of references in this. And I have a system set up on how to do all that. This was pre-AI, so I had to do a lot of work to get that done. Anyway, so here comes the main point. There were around 4,000 terms. Maybe 1,000 of them, maybe 1,500, maybe 2,000 is, I would say there needs to be 1,000 of them before it makes any sense to have it. Have I done this far? Oh, shoot, sorry. Just realized my agenda was not in here. Okay, cool. Kind of a little bit of a screw up. We're still on the desktop. Perfect. Yeah, so the challenge here is basically, if you want to have, let's say, 2,000 articles, you write one every week, which is not realistic, but let's just say you did that. you have 50 weeks a year, basically. That would take, if it's 1,000, it would take 20 years, right? So that's, it's not going to happen, for me at least. I'm not even young enough to be able to do that. It would be a crazy project, but it's kind of cool in some ways. But then we've got AI, right? So maybe that can help us. Maybe we can say the mystery of life is not a great one. But what if we have, let's just take mystique. That basically means mystery, right? So we have an index and it writes to us, okay, that's described in a couple of areas. I have no idea why we have two here. I think the word is used twice in the index. I can't remember right now. One where it's in quotes and one where it's not. It's one of, there are a few things I think I sometimes I understand why Martinus is using quotes and sometimes he isn't, but not always. And if you start asking me about why some of it is in italic and some of it isn't, I have no idea. Well, I have some speculation, but I don't know. And it's not because I haven't asked around. It's just why. I'm going to turn up my volume a little bit. For some reason I turned it down. Yeah, so the idea is basically one of sort of the main goal with all this AI stuff is to have the AI to write a wiki page given a specific term. That's it. So of course there are some steps to be taken. It has to be able to generate a text, basically. I think we are getting there. It has to be able to do references. We are getting there. I think the proof of concept shows that, I mean, the things that are already done shows that that's possible. We have to be able to provide an assessment. Is this okay? And if it's not good enough, then we should redo it. So that's a thing as well. That's the third step. Yeah, and then at some point it would be nice to be able to give an AI agent the job to actually write this article, go provide a lot of information, enable it to find more information, give the index to it, give whatever, right? I have, it's this idea basically. So the AI agent, which is here, has the index that I was writing. Well, this is actually cross references, so it doesn't have knowledge, but it can find information where about I talked about this X1 and I, right? So it can actually get information about that the I and the X1 is pretty much the same thing. So it can go and find information based on both and maybe even do cross references in the articles and stuff. But anyway, that's the first one, right? Then we have an index. That was the one I showed you. It's this one, right? So it should also go out, check if the word it's investigating is in the index. It should actually look up and get these texts. It's just a must have. This is made by humans. So someone, and these are, they knew what they were doing to the extent possible, as long as you're not Martinus, right? Look these ones up, get the information, get the sections basically to base the article on. Then the vector database, I talked plenty of times about that, also on this stream, how to get that. At some point, it might, when we have started to get some articles on the wiki, there might be some, let's say you ask it to do an article about the eye, and there's already one about X1 that might make sense to pull that article as well. Then I have put in Wikipedia. I don't think we should use that, but there are some information about Martinus that could be useful. There might be other words that could be useful. Sometimes Martinus use some words that we don't know too much about anymore. A very few of them, but there are some historical things that he's referencing, and some of it is written literally 100 years ago, and we don't know about them so much anymore. It's not so relevant as it was. It has something. Maybe it's something Martinus has picked up. News feeds. Don't know about why I wrote that. And text evaluator is something we need. Anyway, so we get an agent who is much smarter, which is smarter than the ones we got right now. Right now I'm thinking about having an agent to actually figure out how should I build this article. So it's essentially make a workflow or instruct an agent to use these different things to make a good prompt for actually executing all this stuff. And it might actually even have a prompt agent or something. I don't know how to do it. But I'm pretty sure it can be done for whatever weird reason. I just think that's doable. So that's the goal with all this, to get that up and running. Yeah. So that's the wiki idea. So let me go full screen and then where's my OBS? It's right there. So we have basically, so that was the walkthrough of the, just put in X. Can I put in? Is that good emoji for that? Done? Yeah. Good. Yeah, so that's it with that. And I need 2 minutes break now. Just need to go. Alrighty. I needed some fresh air in here pretty badly. The light doesn't help. Anyway. I guess the light changed a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Okay. Do that. So what is on the agenda? Feedback loop. Nightbot, please subscribe. I can do that. Timers. Please subscribe. Subscribe. I'll just do some a little bit here and there. Put it in, write something in chat if you want to ask me about something. Because my head is kind of hurting a little bit now. I've done too much. It's the running, I think. Oh. Copy that link. Please subscribe to the channel. Let's not spam that. Should we spam that? Yep. There we go. Cool. So, couple of people came around, thought about streaming for a little bit longer, but I need to drink a little bit more. Heard someone who was streaming. She was doing it a lot more than I do. Like 6 days a week, professional. That basically went from eating twice a day to 3 times a day. It was just the energy it took just to sit in front of a camera and a microphone was just something else. So I kind of understand what that's about. I was also out running today. That doesn't help. Anyway, I can do different things. Did the agenda in OBS. I did the Nightbot Q&A answers. TTS refs. I did that. I can talk about the wiki architecture. Next step. How to improve. That's the next step. How do we get to the next thing? Yeah. So this is what we got right now. What we have, right? So we can essentially say what is a mystery? And then it does something. Oh, and we can look into all the stuff that is happening here. But let's not do that right now. SQL misuse. What is that? Huh. Haven't seen that one before. Wonder why that happened. Let's just try again. Oh, nice with some fresh air. Okay, I don't know what went wrong. Blah, blah, blah. It says a lot. Yeah, so we got this. This is pretty much in sequential. So you take one by one, one by one. And the next thing is, can we do a loop backwards? So all the stuff that came out of this one, all the claims and stuff, can we improve the assessment? And can we use it? And I need to close this window again. Yeah, so that would be the idea. And I did the drawing last time. So here we have the current one where we go from, got the query right, we had this vector database, we got a generative AI, and we got the evaluator, and it all brings it together basically. So what this one, if the evaluator is telling you, or is doing, is basically enable us to put something in there that says something about the state of affairs or the quality of things. So then I spent some time last time I was streaming on the next one. I was a little bit back and forth on this one. Like this. So we got the same thing. Got the query, we got the vector database. Maybe we even got the same generator here, and we got the same evaluator. And then maybe this is an agent actually. Maybe I should make a go, no go. That would be the first step. Just saying, is this one good enough? And then have a switch here basically. That based on this one, make a new instruction. I think I got it all here basically. So if it's good enough, it obviously just gives it. And there has been some where it just said it's actually good. it's good. It's not just good. It's I mean, we get all these. It seems accurate, kind of. Some of it is right, some of it is not right, and it's just annoying to work with. So let me just fix this. Yeah. Cool. So maybe that should be the first step. Actually bring something out of this agent that's good enough so we can make an assessment and say, yes, that's a go, or no go. So right now, yeah, I need to improve this one as well at some point, I think, the evaluator. It's not good enough. This one isn't really. But right now it's just this. Is it a go or no go? I need that one, right? Go, no go. Let's do a... This one is saved. You can see what I'm doing, right? Yeah. So let's go out here. Make a copy. Martinus AI. Go, no go. Bah, doesn't matter. So you get a new. So now I can really start messing it up as much as I want. Why is it still a webhook? Thought I've changed that in the beginning. Does this? It doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't. I had one thing I wanted to. I don't want to. I found a way to fix that it could come from both places, because what is happening? There's a prompt. I don't know if this is working. Anyway, let's try. Workflow executed on that one. So let's unpin that one. That was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. Let's see if this is working. And let's do nothing is in there. So here we set up the data. What is the living being? Question mark. And so this one should run on that one every time. Oh, come on. Alrighty, time to bring in the got an 8 workflow. I want to be able to call it with both the webhook and the chat. I have provided you the workflow. Please suggest what I can do. I am thinking about a merge node, but had issues with it. And then we do download. And then I'm just gonna do like this, just for a second. There we go. Okay, come back to that one. There we go. What? Oh, come on. Come on. Bum bum bum. It's all fun and glory. Here is the workflow. I feel like not thinking myself right now, so using Gemini 2.5 to see if I can fix it that way. It's actually okay, good. Okay, I analyzed your provided workflow, Jason. It's a sophisticated rack pipeline with evaluation. You currently have 2 triggers. And I have to do these ones to normalize. Yes. To prompt, blah, blah, blah. A single workflow execution starts from only one trigger and the response mechanism needs to match the trigger type. Oh my God. Can I call? Can I call? Oh my God. That's too much. I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, I thought it would be easy. It's not. We're not going to do that. What we are going to do is to move these once. And I can't remember why I have that one. It's for nothing. Just going to delete that. Don't remember why I had this one. Nope. Gonna delete that one. I think I remember that, but I'm gonna delete that one as well. I'm gonna move this one here. And what we need now is we need our agent to do something. We need an additional agent to help. I think all the SQLite and all that stuff has to be later. What's wrong with this one? Yeah. Huh. Do. Okay, it was working. What's the problem? The problem is here. No. Try again. Now this one. Just had the idea that I actually fixed this. I think this one has it as well. Same issue. I'm just working now. It's kind of funny. I'll probably work for the next 2 hours. Then I will be really hungry. There. Save. Tell me about yourself. You won't be able to do that, but we don't care. I'm out of water. I got stupid sound effects. It's kind of nice. I should use them a little bit more. This one should only be for special occasions. And then what else do I have? That's a nice one as well.
Then I can talk like this, which is kind of cool.
This one isn't the best one. Can I hear myself? No. Does it sound like a robot right now? I don't have any monitor. How weird. Anyway.
back to normal. So, yeah. Actually, two different things in the two glasses. I was not expecting what I was drinking. Alrighty. So this is all the reference stuff. Try to do this. Fix references. There we go. I think that one is included as well. It's cutting it into 3. Let's do an agent. Yep. So here we have our agent. We definitely want to do ourselves. So here how it works. If you want to do an agent, you want to write the prompt here. So here we go. You are an AI agent that decides whether or not a text is good enough for publication. Here is the evaluation. Here is the user query. Here is the generated text. So now I have to change 3 places. Should it have it all? Maybe it should just have the evaluation, right? Output. Please provide a yes, go, or a no for no go. Okay, so I did not provide this with any brain. It has a brain now. And let's see what happened. Go. I said yes. So that was a go. let's write criterias for a yes. The citations are precise. No no the text is accurate. That's not for this one. Please provide a yes. The output yes if the text is good enough for publication. Provide the output no if the text does not meet the criteria for publication. Yes. So now we only have to find out how to make our own criteria, right? Because I'm not sure I'm just all out happy with what is going on. So the idea here is to do an if. And we have the output here. Yes. Is there a similar string contains? That must be good enough. Then we have this one. No. So if it's true, go here, and if it's false, I have no idea. That's where all the stuff has to happen, right? So this one kind of sucks. That is not good enough. This one, the generator it's not great, but it's okay. If you're online and you want to ask something, please do that. Feel free to ask questions in the chat. Then someone left. Perfect. There are some viewers. It's nice. And the old AI still works. 3.0 still works. So this is a new AI. And obviously we can do So this is annoying. Now it's, yeah, okay. Now I have to write something in. I wonder if it ever gets a no. Let's try to do field. You're right there. Come on. Why there's no data? What? Because there is no data. Answer not good enough. So now I'm pretty much trying to see if I can get that one out of the door. Open chat. With this. It's always what does it say no? That's perfect. Say something. Do 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 do. Oh, it actually said no. Holy crap. Holy badola. Let's call him Decider, and it's a him. Holy banola. Oh my god. Oh my god. I do like that. Say something. Output answer not good enough. That's pretty nice. What is the living? Then, of course, the better it gets to answer, the more you can actually squeeze it on the evaluation. Just check what it does here. What is the prompt in here? It's actually the right one. Cool. Cool, cool. Answer not good enough. Oh, come on. Nope. Make a JSON format with please provide another entity. I don't know if that's what it's called. Entity in the JSON with the reason in one line. Alrighty. Test. The text has incorrect citation. Oh my god. What is that called? Brilliant. Structured JSON format with 2 elements. I have no idea what it's called. Ugh. Come on. I am using. So now we go into agent mode. I'm using, and I can show that. I am using N88 and writing a prompt for an AI agent evaluator. I need it to provide me a JSON, whatever that is, document with 2 elements. How the heck do I do that? Where is that one? Give me one where I have it. That's a little bit too long. I think we have it. Where do we have it? Where do we have it? Here. Do we have it here? Nope. Come on. This is basic stuff. Uh-oh. Hang on the names. I didn't cover it all. Come on, man. Come on. It's there. Just have to delete a lot of this. Go no go. Go no go. Yes. Reason. Go. No. Go. Thinking. It's impressive. Mm. Oh, I've been working on full screen for half an hour. That's brilliant. Now you can actually see what I'm doing. Okay, that was a little bit stupid. I thought you were actually watching me on screen. You were not. Wonder how long time that has been. But I've actually been adding stuff here. Answer not good enough. Okay, so that's what we're doing right now. Do 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 do. Just give me so much text. It's stupid, man. It's just stupid, man. Okay, this is a little bit too much. So now it just leaves the hard part to me. Evaluation. Okay, it is evaluation is provided by another agent. So this agent just looks at the evaluation and makes a decision. Doot, 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 Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so then it's changed it. Whole thing. You are an AI decision agent. That changes things around a little bit. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. And we still need the evaluation decision. Criterias. Let's see what we got. Be specific examples. Oh, damn. If the evaluation result explicitly mention fails, errors, that means criteria indicates a negative outcome, low score, or fail flag, then the decision is no. Oh. Okay. Contains PII. We don't need that. Quality score. Yeah, that's not gonna go well. Generated output, go, no, go, no. Reason for no go. The evaluation report indicates minor citation errors, which means the output doesn't fully meet the criteria for accuracy and correctness. While the statement are mostly accurate, the citation inaccuracies are negative aspects, leading to a no-go decision. I think we're getting into a situation where there's no way we can get through it. Statement made in answers text is directly supported by the Oh, shoot. Oh my god. So the vector database score should actually be fairly high. That makes for a good output. What are we asking about here? What is the living being? That should actually be something it can answer. So yeah. So one thing is the vector DB score plus 770 something. Citations. No hallucinations. This just cannot be trusted. I think the DB score low, danger, yellow. +2 iterations, then it's okay. It's a no-go. Let me do it right here. So vector DB score. Lower than 70. Loop. That's an automatic loop. And then we have, that can actually be made deterministic. And I think I just have to check the first one. Check first. And then we got the DB, the AI agent. Check citations. Sentiment. Errors. I don't know, mate. Maybe I should just start with a very easy one, where I really don't need this one. Let's move this guy a little bit and move these ones. Gonna move this here. Gonna put that one down here. How to do that? So code if okay, so I need a Python script in for innate code to check for the for the that returns the largest score in my vector database. Quadrant vector store 2. Do you have my workflow and understand the task? Probably not. Hey. Hey, Shashank. Do you have any questions? Let me know. Be happy to answer. I'm working on some AI stuff. Don't know how. Hey. There we go. I can show this. Sure, go ahead. I used to be a developer and I'm teaching this stuff, so feel free. To ask. Damn. It has to be JavaScript. To use Python yet. Hawthorne Network. No, I don't know what that is. Blockchain. Nope. I'm also writing in the chat because I have no idea how much delay there actually is. What happened here? What is it? This. Is it this one? Hardware network, enjoy. Blockchain thing? This is not gonna work. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Sorry, need a break. Alrighty. Don't think we find the data. I really should start thinking before I do all this work. It might turns out that it's so. Let's step back here. What is it we want? we essentially bring out just a first shot at it without really doing anything. And we bring this 50 is quite a lot. Could also take 100. Then we do an aggregate and we put it all in there. We do some work on that one. We make an evaluation. And here we bring in two things. We just gonna, if the vector score isn't good enough, we're just gonna say, just for sake of it, do it one more time. I think I have to move this one. These ones will just be to where I can so this one is going into this. Does this one do again? Just check if we're good to go. Yeah, okay, so this is the continuation one, basically. There's gonna be an if as well there, and if it says it's a no-go, it's gonna go there as well. Oh, perfectus. Nope, no. How do that? Do that. Inspect. Console. Execute run previous fails, and run that same input for the no valid score. Console output. Oh. Okay. Whatever. Still null. Let's redo this. What? Is some data that I have available. Okay, so it wants me to move this to that. Ah, I know what the problem is. I see. But really? This is too much, man. This is stupid. Don't do that. Okay, so that works. Cool on the gang. If can I do this? This is horrible. This is horrible. The score to just have to make a decision, too high, too low, to what is most relevant is too low. Largest score, thank you, is number is less than 7.0. Really shouldn't be a yes or no. Really should be a go. No go. Thank you. Det var åndssvagt. That's stupid. I was talking Danish. Should be a... Really should be a yes. No. Contains a go. Oh my god, I have to think now. Vector score is too low. This one should change to... Is it a go? True. So I got that one. I think it goes that way. And if it's vector score too low, true. What happens here? True. That way. Okay. So apparently there was a yes. Okay, so it's a go. Interesting. This one says larger score. Is that? So this one should be... Answer is not good enough. What a mess I've made. Okay, it was good enough. Answer not good enough. Okay, time to reset. Test. So evaluating what came out here. The score for the vector database is not high. Could also make some indicators. Low score in the vector database. That's a no-go. This one says false branch. Perfect. Then it goes here. It's not good enough. What is the living being? This one should be okay. Starting to get hungry now. Meh. I don't like that. What is the score? That's good enough. Why is that failing? It's not failing. It's going that way. So here we have a no, right? Then it goes here. So this one is actually a no-go. Damn, it's harsh. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I just get it. Okay, so there's a lot to adjust and align in order to actually say, okay, what can you expect? When should you do another try? If it's inaccurate, redo it. Will it get better? I don't know. Yeah. It's been fun. Got some experience with this. Right now, I will probably just say you're dead in the water no matter what. Your concise explanation here. Okay, so what is the explanation actually? The evaluation report identified minor citation errors and an incomplete references, indicating that the others do not fully meet the requirements. Okay. That's not good. But it is what it is. This one keeps dying. Ended up having 3 likes today. Not bad. Anyway, I think this is the next step. Maybe I should just think I need to improve the evaluation. It has to be fairly strong. Then I do a loop, and then I do this, all this one more time. And then I have to set a flag so it doesn't keep running. I think that's pretty much it. And now I'm a little bit hammered. So I think I thought about doing 5 hours, but I think this is a decent place to stop. So I know what to do, and I will actually do another stream I think I set it to Monday because I had something on Sunday. So I'll do another one there and get it moving. What a mess. Come on. Really? Yeah, whatever. Alrighty. Click and subscribe, whatever it's called. Thanks for watching. I learned a lot today. Also got some stuff done, which was nice.
Use these a little bit more. I can only hit.
Can I even hit?
Oh,
I did something wrong. I meant to push this one. Maybe music next time. I don't know. Change color of scenes in OBS. QA answers. I have no idea what that is. So yeah, the references was, or the feedback loop, didn't get that done. But I took the first step. getting this. How do I get it back? How do I get it to do one more loop? I needed to. Let's see. Let's do some last minute thinking here. To do. Add agent to suggest keywords to get from vector db get data process again. Or something. Really just should, but it cannot just repeat itself, right? So I somehow need to get the evaluation back here and what to improve. If it just is, I cannot do that, it will do that for a lot of them, and that's annoying. I want it to be smarter than that. This calls for a real agent at some point. Anyway, let's zoom out. That was some good hours put in there. I think this works pretty well. I could even start at 2 o'clock and then stop at 7. So I can get some food. I get hungry at the end here. So anyway, subscribe and all that stuff. And if you're watching, thanks for that. And yeah, it's a little bit of a blend channel. So yeah, take a look at the long form videos. Maybe I shouldn't be live streaming here, but I'm doing it anyway because this is mostly for fun and it works off okay. Cool. Over and out. See you around.